Yeah.
I used
Actually,
mine
the cool
whole way
one
home
feels
from
pretty
Arkansas
good.
yesterday.
Yeah. Oh, I like the
Back was
cool
on
one too.
fire.
And then you keep going
A little bit, but sometimes
it's nice to have
If we
full
can't
feet.
get it, we'll move on. We just, as long as we have it on when you come out, in case there's any action. That'd be the main thing. We just want to make sure, but it'll be for the regular meeting.
Sure.
Okay. All right, I'd like to call this special board meeting into order. We are going to start with an executive session for discussions of negotiations that is going to include Mr. Hirsch, Jillian Macias, Craig Ryan, and Kirsten Zerger, as well as the board. I'm looking for a second on that motion.
I will second that.
Kelly will second that. All in favor, board? That will be 6-0. We will go into executive session for an hour and a half. We'll come back at 6:30. 35. 6:35. We started a few minutes ago. The board has returned. We would like to go back into executive session for another 10 minutes with the same group of people. That would be coming out at 6:30, I'm sorry, 6:46.
I'll second.
Kelly will second. All in favor? That's 4. Thank you very much. Okay, the board is gonna go back into executive session with the same players for 10 more minutes. That would put us back here at 7:58.
6:50.
I'm sorry, 6:58. Thank you very much. 6:58.
I'll second.
Kelly will second. Board, all in favor? 4-0. Thank you. Are they coming?
Yeah, I think she's in the restroom.
Right.
Yeah, in the restroom. Jen will have to end this meeting. The executive session meeting. Or you start. the next-
Apologies. You need to use the restroom.
Are we on?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Okay, the board came back from executive session. No action was taken. And that's all for that meeting. This is Jeremy. Yes. All right. It's 7 o'clock.
No.
All right.
Fine.
It is 7 o'clock, so I will call our regular scheduled June board meeting into session.
Executive session.
Yeah. And then.
No, we need it.
Okay. Start with the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You can on. You're all right. All right. We'll start with president's announcements. It's June. We made it through that mad dash of May. Got everybody graduated and promoted, and that's by far the best time of the year. It's like Christmas. So very happy where we're at there. Would like to talk about our FCC LA team. They went to nationals and did amazing. Specifically our notorious PIG, which is a fantastic name. They placed overall 13th in the nation. This is for nationals. They took 4th in skirt steak and 8th in chicken. And we got to try some of those when we were judging a competition at campus, and it was phenomenal. So it is no surprise they did as well. Somebody help me.
Grilling like a villain.
Grilling like a,
What was
is
it?
it?
Grilling like a villain.
Grilling like a
Grilling
villain.
like-
I got the villain part. Grilling like a villain also did well, as well in nationals. And so super proud of those guys, kind of first year. If you remember, the board, approved doing a barbecue team, helped them, get the equipment that they needed, and they have just done phenomenal. So those students are super excited. Congratulations to both of those teams. They did fantastic. I believe that's all the president's announcements I have.
Do have a few. I'd like to recognize also the campus softball team. They finished runner-up in the 6A
Oh, yeah.
state softball tournament. I already talked about the high school barbecue team placing at nationals. Then I also want to let the board and the community know that June 27th is the Wind Surge Haysville night, public schools night at the Wind Surge game. And traditionally, we have had a staff member throw the first ball out. It's been our K-Toy nominee or a Horizon Award nominee. This year, we're going to have a campus softball player throw the first ball out on behalf of the district. That is Gabby Stoffer. She's a campus senior, and she will represent the district by throwing out the first pitch. So we're excited to have her do that. I want to let the board know the community retreat, annual community retreat is scheduled for July 31st at Campus High School. This week, invitations went out for that. I think Adia said she sent out about 150 invites. Those came from buildings. Board members have sent names. If there's anybody that you would like to have invited that has expressed interest, please send me their information. I'll make sure that we get them an invite. We've got a full day. We're finalizing that agenda right now. It will be a full day. And a lot of things we'll want to input from our community on. And then finally, we will get these to you at our July meeting, but want to get you some tentative dates on the calendar for our annual budget meeting. So first of all, the needs assessment, which you know you do annually per the Kansas legislature, will be scheduled for 6 p.m. on August 19th. That's your regular board meeting in August. Then you will have your regular board meeting starts at 7 that night. And we will limit the reports and have budget workshop as part of that meeting. But we'll limit the reports and other information at that meeting so we can knock that out. Then on September 9th, you will host your revenue neutral rate hearing. As you know, every year you have to host a hearing for that. Tentatively looking at 6:15 for that special meeting. And then the 9th of September. And then we'll also do a budget hearing that night, again, required by law, September 9th, and that will be at 6:30. And we're going to move our regular board meeting. It was supposed to be the 16th the following week, but so that we don't have to schedule a bunch of extra meetings, we're going to just do our normal board meeting on the 9th, and we'll send that all to you, and you'll get that when it comes in July, when you have to approve dates. So I just want to let you know about those dates. I'll send those to you in an email so that you have those as well. And again, on the community retreat, if you know anybody that wants to participate, would love to have anybody that wants to be there. Just send me their name and contact info. We'll make sure they get it. That's all I have.
Perfect. All right, 1.5 is the Campus High School Student Council Report. Obviously, they're on summer, so no one here today. We'll kick that back off probably in August or September, I assume. 1.6, new and good board. Any new and good going on in your lives you'd like to share? Doesn't have to be just school-based.
My oldest daughter went to Emporia State for the week for the Kansas Future Teachers Academy. She spent a whole week embedded at Emporia State, lived in a dorm, had a roommate. They did a project and learned about the teaching program at Emporia State. I talked to the people that run it and made sure that they present at the KASB school conference, which they do. I just wanted to make sure that they get it out there because it was a really cool program.
Cool.
And if anybody has students that are interested in being teachers, I highly recommend it. It was awesome. My wife and I went up on Friday for the lunch thing. My words are failing. And watched all their presentations, and it was really cool. So it was a good time.
That's great.
What does she want to teach?
Third grade.
Nice.
I saw the presentation that they did at KSA was a couple years ago when we went, and it is amazing program. So that's so cool
one of the
to know that
conferences.
yeah, that last,
Yeah.
well, not this last year, but the
Year
previous
before, yeah.
year.
They
And
have
I went
enough.
to their breakout session, and it is amazing what they do. So it'd be good for, the community to know that that's available.
They had enough students enrolled this year to have 2 sessions instead of just 1. So in previous years, there were about 80 kids doing it. This year, there was 180. So they broke it up into 2 sessions of 90.
That's awesome.
Is there a cost involved in that, or?
Yeah. $180 or something
Oh.
like that. Don't quote me on
Don't
that.
quote
for
me.
sure.
Yeah, it changes.
I think it's about that, but
That's pretty cool, though.
it was awesome.
Awesome. Any other new and good board? Sweet harvest time? Okay. Just checking. All right, 1.7 is approve or amend the agenda. There's no amending that's needed tonight, so just an approve of the agenda.
Make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
I second.
Motion by Jeremy, a second by Tasha to approve the agenda as presented. All in favor? 7-0. Thank you, board. All right, 2.1, hearing of scheduled district patrons. Is there anyone scheduled to talk to the board, Debbie? No? Is there anybody here that would like, as a district visitor, to speak with the board? No? Okay.
Oh, I think we do have.
Sorry. Oh, yeah, come on up. All the way here. So we will need your, Debbie, you want to name and address?
Okay, my name is Debbie Potter. Oh, okay,
Yeah.
I'll write in a second. I was just going to say hello. My name is Debbie Potter. I'm running for State Board of Education for District 10. So I thought I'd come and just say hello and see who.
Awesome.
I'll write it down for you. And that's fine. Oh, you can find me now.
Thank you, Debbie. Thanks for
you.
coming. All right, 3.0 is the consent agenda. Are there any questions on consent agenda tonight, board?
3.4 on, do we do any review, any take a look, lessons learned, you know, on capturing a kid's heart? I know it's been in place for many, many years, but do we do anything to evaluate it, feedback?
We evaluate every year, as far as what we want to do. I build the contract with them annually. We meet and talk about it. And I meet with, teachers and I meet with principals to determine if we want to continue with iHeart CKH, if they want to continue with, district level and building level walkthroughs. So we build that contract every single year based off of what, the district feels that we need to continue, and what we feel like we don't need to continue, which right now it's more adding than taking away. One of the things that we keep is CKH 1 for all of our new teachers. That's part of 2 of the 8 days of training is CKH 1, and that's a pretty hefty chunk of it. Our teachers have reported that they like the iHeart CKH resources even better than some of our SEL purchases that we've made for social emotional learning. So we keep that for those teachers. And then I apply for a grant every year. We get about 12 to 14,000 a year off of that contract to help us out with the income. So I try to keep it around that $90,000 and not get into the 6 figures as much as possible.
Thank you.
Any additional questions, board?
Nope. I think this is just where I say thank you, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Jen, do you
Yes.
want to
Oh, yeah.
go
Jen.
after?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Something kind of new and good, if you don't mind. I talked to Mary Beal Burcham and her, she started the Brian David Higbee Fund for her son that, had passed away, while he was in college in Texas. They were from the Wichita area, and the purpose of the money that she has been donating, to another district for the past few years was to give middle schoolers an opportunity during the summer to have some enrichment, activities and to keep them busy and keep them engaged in school, so that things like what happened to her son, which I'm not sure everything, doesn't happen again. So she really enjoyed, learning about our summer exploration and enrichment program. She goes, this is exactly what I wanted to do. So she transferred the money to, our account. So we will be getting for now an annual, grant for her to, from her to go into our summer exploration and enrichment fund. It pays for about half of our supplies. So
Awesome.
we're really, really grateful for that. Any little bit helps. And I know that they're thankful, we're thankful for whatever she can provide. So we're gonna post something on social media tomorrow morning about it.
So big thank you to the Higbee, is that correct? That was her
It's
last name?
Brian David Higbee Fund, and his mother was Mary Beal Burcham.
So huge thank you to them and to everyone else that gives to the district, all their gifts and grants. So
All right, board, with that, I'll take a motion to approve the agenda. Consent agenda.
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I'll second.
So motion by Jeremy, a second by Kelly to approve the consent agenda as presented. All in favor? 7-0. Thank you, board. 4.0, Mr. Ryan.
Yeah.
Treasurer's report.
So treasurer's report's all good. Payroll's been met, bills have been paid. Everything is looking good, on that front. I did want to make mention that we did send out an RFP for an auditor, search, and we had 2 come back to us. One is Allen Gibbs and Hulick. That's the company that currently does the audit for us. And the other group that came back was the Lloyd Group. So here, in the near future, hopefully sooner than later, we'll put together a committee and, decide which group we're going to go with.
So we will ask that we have 3 board members, up to 3 board members set on that committee. So if you're interested in letting me know, or let me know if you're interested in setting on that committee. And once we hear from the board, then we'll get a meeting scheduled. And then that group will bring a recommendation back to this group to vote on who you would like to go forward with.
Let's
Any questions on the treasurer's report or the RFP? I'll make a motion to approve the treasurer's report as presented.
Second.
Thank you. A motion by Jennifer, a second by Barb to approve the treasurer's report as presented. All in favor? 7-0. Thank you, board. All right, I gotta write my notes down. 5.0 focus on learning reports. Start with Miss Gina Lee, who gets to go first this time instead of last. That's a change.
Thank
Yay. So we'll talk about the free breakfast program.
Right.
Let me get the screen going.
Okay.
Here.
Yeah. You got the power. A little breezy. Oh, it's on you. Oh, good. Yeah, turn it towards you.
Okay, well, we're gonna talk about the universal free breakfast program. The free breakfast program, for 2003, 2004, the food service department has served 238, 118 breakfasts. And we're proud of the success of the program. The program has been very beneficial to the students of Haysville. We, have a lot of participation in it, but our participation has declined a little bit. Okay, the reimbursement rate for the breakfast program for 2013, or excuse me, 23-24. The free was $2.73, reduced is $2.43, and paid is $38. That is a drop in what the price of paid has been. It used to be 50 cents, and they have since dropped the reimbursement rate. So that has affected things as well. Okay, the food service average cost to cover the breakfast program per month is about $35,717. The yearly cost is about $357,000. The reimbursement the district receives is close to $62,000 a month. Now that's on the high end of things. That would be like in the months where we have a lot of days of school, so that can change. The average can bounce around. This is based off of October. So that's the current reimbursement rate monthly on the average. And then yearly, we receive about $456,000 reimbursement rate. So the breakfast program from 22 to 23 was 347, 300,000. The breakfast served, obviously. So we've had a drop in participation of about 62,000 meals. And that's a significant one, but we've had a decrease in enrollment. So that's one of the things that has kind of led into this. We've also had a few issues with supply chain that has caused a few problems. And then we've also had the issue of EBT cards, which is also some of the things that can affect this as well. But the majority of it would be the decline in the students. So that pretty much concludes this. Do you have any questions for me?
And the idea is to go ahead and keep this next year at this.
I would
point.
appreciate it. I think we can afford to do it, and it's very beneficial to the students. I've had feedback from the principals. They greatly appreciate it and say that some of the students, this is the only meal they're getting at this time. So some of them don't purchase lunch. They just come to school and eat breakfast. So yes, I do feel like this is it's a definite win for everyone. I would definitely recommend it for next year. I would like to see it continue.
And
So,
just reports we plan to continue that at this point.
Mhm.
It's great for students. Yes. Thank you, Gina. Any
Thank
questions
you.
for it? Okay. 6.2 IT job reclassification, Mr. Herbert.
I think you skipped ahead.
Oh,
It'd be by
sorry, I'm
weekly
not
payroll.
report. I'm trying to skip a whole section
Don't get
here.
me wrong if you
I'm
want
on
to. Yeah. I
Let's
can-
go. All right, classified bi-weekly payroll reports. It's Mr. Ryan, or Mr. Herbert was like, I can't talk about that part. Sorry. Hey, when you retire, you get to talk about everything. You just run the meeting.
You don't want that.
Yeah, you couldn't do a worse job than how you're doing currently, so you're all right.
All right, so this is going to be a bigger change for this upcoming year. But we've talked about it. We've sent out surveys. We've done a lot with biweekly payments for our classified staff. We feel like this could be a benefit for multiple reasons, and I'm going to walk you through some of the ins and outs. So first, the why. Why would we change all of a sudden our payroll? Right now, we currently pay on a monthly basis. And it hurts our hiring when we go to hire classified staff and it's on a monthly basis. There's a longer period of time before they get any money at all. And some people, right when they walk in the door, they would take the job, but they can't wait that long for a paycheck. So they end up turning us down and going a different direction. And we're missing out on what we could consider good staff members because we were wanting to hire them in the first place. So this opportunity by going bi-weekly, that would provide a paycheck sooner for them, and we would be able to retain some of those applicants that came in the door and looking for a good job. Current classified staff took a survey, and we had 278 staff members that responded to our survey. So we got a really decent number of people that responded to it. 56% of them said they would prefer a bi-weekly payroll. That was 156 voters. Then we had 21.9 said they would prefer a monthly payroll schedule, and 21.9 said they had no preference one way or the other. We also shared these results with our classified committee, and our classified committee is kind of on a unanimous basis. They all believe that bi-weekly is the direction that we should go for classified. A few of the details, when we took a look through, we had some questions that kind of kept coming up. When will I get a paycheck once this begins? What date will this begin? How will my benefits be paid? Will my paycheck be consistent? So first off, bi-weekly, because there's different definitions. There's bi-weekly, bi-monthly, semi-annual. There's all kinds of different ways, but bi-weekly is to receive a paycheck every other week on a Friday, is what it would stand for us. So every other week, once this starts, every week throughout the year, they would receive a paycheck every other Friday. We're looking to begin this bi-weekly payment starting on September 20th. What that does is allows us to make our benefits elections. And so once the benefits are set, then we can start that payroll. And it actually hits about a week after our regular payroll. So they'll actually get a couple of paychecks pretty quickly between each other. And they'll start to see the money coming in at a faster rate. And we believe that that time frame is the perfect time to set that up. Benefits will be split between 26 payments equally for 12-month employees. So there are 26 payments in a bi-weekly schedule per year. And then we have the larger portion of our staff is 10-month employees. So they will be based on splitting out their benefits over 19 payments because the summer they take off during the summer. If a classified employee worked exactly 35 hours per week, every week for the year, they would receive the same paycheck every week on a Friday. So the consistency is there for everybody. All of the benefits are split out equally. So the benefit is that they will just receive money more often than having to wait an entire month for that to come in. And sometimes it's 5 weeks out, and it's a lot longer for some of our employees to have to wait for their money to come in. This is for classified staff only. I want to make for sure that's very clear. This is only for classified. If we were to look to do this for certified, we'd have to go through the negotiation process and make it part of the negotiated agreement and do all of that stuff. So for right now, this is for classified staff only. And then I wanted to share that this is part of our strategic plan to attract, hire, and retain world-class staff members. This is a way that we are getting closer to that strategic plan and going towards a goal of ours here in this district. Any questions?
With getting a bi-weekly paycheck instead of monthly, is there any cost savings for the employee by paying more frequently into, say, insurance or anything like that? I don't think so, because there's no interest or anything like that, but is there any benefit towards their paycheck getting paid more often,
Sure.
paying into things more often rather than once a month?
Yeah,
Will
the
there be
end,
difference?
yeah. The end of the fiscal year will be the exact same if they were paid monthly or if they were paid bi-weekly. So there's no benefit either way money-wise for that, other than the fact that they get a paycheck more often. And in fact, for the first year in November, based on our calendar, they would receive 3 paychecks that month, plus their longevity, which to me is a huge benefit year one going out into biweekly, because that's right before the holidays and it would feel good at that point.
I think this is a great idea, and I don't know how people plan their days and weeks based on getting a monthly paycheck. So I
Sure.
think this is a huge benefit to our
Yeah.
classified staff.
Super exciting.
And we are also planning on communications starting out tomorrow morning. Once we had informed the board, we want to make for sure you guys were informed first, and then we'll start sending communications out so that people can start adjusting. Because once you do monthly, your bills and everything, so we want to make for sure they have all that in place, and we'll make for sure we communicate with the staff, and then also educate them right before the school year of here's how this is going to work, and get in front of them. So
That's gonna be part of the new training, or the training as we come into the new school year.
absolutely.
Awesome.
Again, want to make sure everybody understands, more importantly, our teachers are maybe listening. This is not being extended to certified staff because it is a negotiated item. If that's something teachers wanted to do, they would need to bring that to the association to bring to the table. The district has no intent to, but if that's what they want, we're most certainly open to doing whatever's best for our staff in that aspect.
Kudos to you and your team. Thank you for doing this and finding a way to make this happen, because I know it'll make plenty of people's lives a little bit easier.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Board, I didn't ask if anybody had any additional questions besides Jeremy, but I assume no one did. Okay, just checking. New website presentation. Miss Adia. No capital either. Just come up and appreciate it. Just a second. I'm excited for this one, Adia.
Oh, good. Okay, just to remind the board, the reason why we decided to get a vendor for our new website was that Misty is our current website coordinator, and our district has always hosted our own website and written the code for it and then made it live. And with everything that we require to be online right now, it's just too much for a one person job, which contributed to us actually looking into it. And part of that process was also creating the committee and us.
Speak up a little bit, please. I'm happy with that.
There you go.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm a little tired.
Thank you.
So part of that process was we did create a website committee, and we looked at different vendors, and David Herbert actually sat on that team. And so we had a lot of IT involved to see how that transition would be if we decided to go to a more templated site. And so just a reminder to the board, we landed on Edlio. And they have a more templated site than some of the other vendors out there. We just thought that the platform would be easier to learn and train our staff to do, which actually turned out to be very true. We have website coordinators in each building that we will meet once a month to kind of go over things. But right now, our tentative launch date is July 15th to make it live. And then obviously we'll spend the first year just correcting the bugs and fixing things. But right now, all of the buildings have already started working on their pages. And I was just gonna give you more of like a demo of what we're looking at. And this is the landing page for the district's main page. So as you can see, it starts with video, and I'll have all of the schools featured during that video, but you can change it out on each page. And then it drops to more of a sticky tab here. And we talk more about USD. Obviously, quick links are really important on pages. Most time parents go to the page and you want to find what you're looking for quickly. So these are actually our most clicked on quick links on our current website. So I just tried to replicate that with a lot of the paying attention to the traffic on our current page and making it easier to find our news and announcements. So different things like board meetings and things like that, all of those announcements will be filtered on into there. And then it's already, not already, sorry, new site is launching, but that will be hooked up to our Google Calendar. The school's already done. I just we have to get the districts with the new calendar in. And once that goes on our Google Calendar, it'll automatically populate on here. And then we'll have a photo gallery, and again, more quick links at the bottom. But I wanted you guys to take a look also at the pages like campus. And Mr. Seeley actually has done a lot of the work too. And some of the assistant principals are a designated website coordinator, and they've already personalized it, which brought a lot of autonomy to a lot of the buildings, which means they can change out their stuff all the time. So they have pictures and galleries and shuffles that they can go through, and they'll have the same quick links on their pages as well. And they already have some different stories like for Campus Colts, they can put their links in there, their newsletters in there that'll automatically go there. And so if they use S'more, if they use whatever, it will just be a link on there. So this is a temp site. It's not live. So a lot of it, like if you try to click through to get to other things, it's not going to work properly. But I wanted to show you guys like all the schools pages kind of look the same and they have their logos in the background. And then there's a nurses page. Nurses is a new feature that we added to this page where the nurses can get on here and provide what's going on around their buildings with different quick links and resources for families and parents, which Beth Schutte actually approached me about having that. So we did add some things to the website that we thought would be useful, and that was one of them. And this particular nurse has already done a great job, and they have full creative freedom with this. So they were able to design it however they want to, and they are in charge of their pages, just like the school buildings. Now they all have the same kind of setup, but they can change the pictures, they can change the gallery. They have the ability to add video at the bottom of their pages. And most of they will link back to the district's main page with these about the different tabs have the same thing on each page. The admin, the policy, schools hours, things like that, parent resources. And since it's the high school, they have a counseling career tab and athletics, whereas elementary doesn't necessarily need that. And then also the district's social media quick links here that'll just take you to our social media accounts. And yeah, so that's pretty much a look at the new website. Obviously, we'll have to change pictures and add more video, and we'll be working on that for the rest of the summer and updating the district's page and making sure it looks the way it's supposed to in time for enrollment. And then in time for this beginning of the school year, kind of really nailing down some of those things and working it out.
Is there like a time in which it's mandated that the websites are updated? Like, do we say once a month, you better be in there updating at least? Is there anything that, or is it just?
That's what I would, yeah, that's what I talked to website coordinators about. Honestly, once a month, the only thing you're updating is probably your menus and your newsletters. Everything else is pretty much set unless we have major changes, then that's about it. And then you can just change out your pictures from year to year. When students graduate, they're no longer there. You don't have to have these older pictures on there, but that sort of information is very limited amount of information that's going to be changed from month to month. Mostly it's year to year, like your staff directory. You can do that actually as staff leave throughout the year, which hopefully doesn't happen often. But since it does, they're able to replace their directory pretty quickly, pretty easily. But yeah, other than that, like
So
there's
menus, events, things like.
menus, events, newsletters. That's about it. And then as far as their calendar, they just continue to use Google calendars to update and put in add events there. And they don't have to do anything with their website. It'll just automatically populate on their pages. Yes, sir.
The mobile site fully functional as well? Does it translate well to mobile devices and things like that?
This site translates well to mobile devices. It's not a separate app. So the interface will be pretty much the same. It'll look a lot the same. It's easy
Some
to
more
navigate.
pages look wonky on mobile devices. sometimes.
Yeah, I know ours does, but with Ed Leo is part of like the contract to make sure that if you access it on the mobile device, it looks pretty similar to the website.
And you might share the timeline for rolling this out.
July 15th. So most of the principals and the website coordinators have already started updating their stuff before they left the buildings. But like I said, this first year will probably just be other pages and making sure that it's working properly and working out how to menus and things like that and just working out the kinks. There's so many things that we can do with the website, but first things first, just getting everyone used to it and making sure all the information that they need and honestly, just making sure certain things are easy to find and you won't really figure that out until you go live because I can make changes on the back end and some people can't see it because they have restricted access. They're not super users, things like that. And so they can't see it, but I can see it. So it's kind of hard to figure out what some of the pages like, what for some people to see what it's actually going to look like before it's live. Any other questions?
Any questions, board?
Thanks.
Thank you, Adia.
Looks great.
Thanks.
All right, interest-based bargaining or IDB, Mr. Hirsch?
So as the board met tonight, as part of the process of transitioning to interest-based bargaining with potential facilitator, Kirsten Zerger, that the board met with. HEA has met with that individual as well. And I'd reached out to the board and asked if we had anybody who would like to serve on the board, from the board on, and represent the board in the IBB process. 5 of you indicated you would. So what we need to do, the next step in the process will be to attend a training with Ms. Zierder, and then at that point, if the district and HEA decides to move forward, we would at that point need to have 3 representatives from the board. All 3 representatives would need to go through the training. Obviously, that would be for all board members, but that would be a priority. So I just want to brief you on where we are in that process and see if you have any questions.
Will we wait until after training to choose the negotiating team?
Yes, I think that would be, unless the board wishes to go in a different direction. I think part of it's going to be determining schedules because it will be a process that will take some time. Availability schedules, also after going through the training, if it's something that that the board and HEA wishes to transition to, then at that point, we would make that decision. So I believe we could pick this in July when the board traditionally appoints all of their people for committees, but I just wanted to let you know, when I sent that email out, 5 of you volunteered, and so the board will at some point need to make a decision if we move forward in that process with who they choose to represent the board.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Any other questions, board? All right, down to action items, 6.1, social work position. AG. Yes.
What questions may have thought about in between last meeting and this meeting?
No questions?
No questions.
No questions?
All right, I will make a motion to go ahead and approve the social work position for our special education department. If you guys remember, that's mostly paid for already.
Second.
Special ed categorical reimbursement.
Yeah, I couldn't remember what it was called. What is it? Special categorical?
Special education categorical reimbursement. You just call
The
it CAT,
mouthful.
CAT aid for short.
Cat aid?
CAT aid.
Cat aid. Cat aid. Cat aid. Cat aid.
CAT.
Yeah, we're gonna get there. Woo! A mouthful.
So second.
Okay. All right. Categorical aid. I'd like it to say that way, please, if that's all right. The rest of it seems too complicated. All right, there's a motion by Jennifer. There's a second by Jeremy to approve the social work position. Board, all in favor? 7-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, David.
Now it's your.
Now it's your turn.
Let's do this.
My name is David Herbert. I'm Director of Information Technology for Haysville Public Schools. I don't know whether you remember this, but back in 2022 in the summer, I believe it was July, we approved the job description of SIS coordinator. At that point in time, we were not going to fill it. All you were doing was approving the job description. In talking to administration, thought it would be prudent and wise to let you know that we are going to try to fill that position. This won't be through an additional staff member. It'll be due to reclassification. This is due because of what Adia gave to us tonight, is that we're not going to have somebody that needs to program the website anymore. So I guess I'm going to count what we did 2 years ago as the first read, and the action I'm asking you tonight is to approve the reclassification of the web coordinator to SIS coordinator. I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions for?
So we're reclassifying web coordinator to SIS. That
Correct.
right?
Currently, we have a website coordinator that this person holds, and we will no longer need that due to the website changes. So this would be reclassifying that person to an SIS coordinator.
We're still gonna have we're still gonna have a website coordinator position, not filled, but in our,
Actually, Adia will be taking that on under her role, working with Ed Leo.
so we're not eliminating the job description.
We will no longer have a website coordinator, that those responsibilities will be absorbed by the communications.
I understand, but are we eliminating the job description of website coordinator?
Yes, we will no longer have that position. So
Okay, we're taking it off the rolls. Okay.
We'll be saving some money.
Make a motion to approve the IT job reclassification.
Second.
There's a motion by Jeremy and a second by Tasha to accept the IT job reclassification. Board, any additional questions before we vote? All right, all in favor? 7-0, thank you, board.
Thank you.
All right, 6.3 is the authority to close out the 23-24 budget. Right.
All right. The district will be closing the 23-24 fiscal year on June 30, 2024. Final bills will be paid and estimated final transfers for all funds will be completed, and a report of final bills and transfers will be presented during the July meeting. It is a recommendation of the administration that we are requesting the board provide authorization to pay year-end bills and transfers as necessary to close the current fiscal year.
Any questions, board? All right, I'll make a motion to move that the Board of Education authorize that all final bills and year-end transfers be completed as necessary to close the current fiscal year. I'll second. It's a motion by Jennifer and a second by Kelly to authorize all final bills and year-end transfers to be completed to close out the books. All in favor, board? 7-0, thank you. 6.4, adjustment to classified and administrative 23-24 compensation.
So, as the district concluded the negotiation process with the members of the bargaining unit, their package was worth 5.1%. The board approved in the summer of 23 to give administrators and classified a 4% raise. The practice of the board in the past has been to extend the same raise to those two groups as has been extended to the bargaining unit. So tonight it's our recommendation that the board approve a 1.1% increase to the 4% that has already been paid to our classified and administrative members. And I'm going to defer to Mr. Ryan for the cost of that and how that money is funded.
So to get to the higher amount or the larger percentage for certified, we reallocated funds from capital outlay to cover the cost of that additional raise. That came at an amount approximately to $300,000 to do classified and administration. The classified portion would be approximately $120,000. It's $119,000 and some change. And then for the administrative side of that, it's $41,000. So a total of $160,000 on top of the $300,000 that certified is getting. So the total for the increase would be $460,000, which is what we were anticipating with our capital outlay reallocation of approximately $500,000 was what we were looking to be able to reallocate for that cost.
What are the numbers just for classified and then the numbers for administrative?
The total number?
No, each number. For
Oh, classified was 119,000 to get the 1.1, and then for administration 41,000.
Thank you.
Are these funds coming again from capital outlay?
They are, yes.
Any ramifications? Just less capital outlays that.
I mean, I think, yeah, it goes back to kind of what we talked about with the certified piece and reallocating those funds is that anything we take off the table capital outlay wise is something we could be using for maintenance and different things like that. So that's where the ramifications come down the road and what that capital outlay account looks like. Instead of growing, we're not really growing that account. It's going to kind of stay on a neutral level.
And the other piece of that, Greg, is, as you recall, many districts across the state, I couldn't tell you an exact year, but let's say the mid-2010s, allocated positions that are maintenance, building maintenance to their capital outlay plan. This district did it to the tune of about $1.5 million, which is $1.5 million that we don't have in capital outlay. Our intent is to try to recoup that and get back to where those monies are being taken from the general fund, which frees up more money for the capital outlay fund. That will just be delayed another year. So that would be a long-term ramification of it. Yes.
So we're crossing our fingers that and hoping that we don't have any emergent requests or emergent actions or activities. Gambling, I mean, those are my words.
I feel it's important to be equitable to all staff. So I make a motion to approve the adjustment to classified administrative 23-24 compensation.
There's a motion on the floor by Jeremy. I'll second that motion. With the same agreement, but it's important to be equitable with everyone. So there is a motion by Jeremy and a second by Jennifer to adjust the classified and administrative 23-24 compensation to 1.1% additional. All in favor? 7-0. Thank you, board.
Thank you. Jillian, can you brief the board and so those that are watching understand what the timeline is for specifically our classified staff that are done for the year more than likely work-wise?
Absolutely. So classified staff that are not 12-month have obviously received their final paychecks. So what we will do is we will go in and adjust those salaries, figure out what we owe them retroactively from July 1st to current to the end of the school year. And we will pay that in one lump sum around the same time frame that certified staff are paid. We will also send an email out more than likely tomorrow to the classified staff explaining what this looks like and when to anticipate this. Do you guys have any questions?
So that's a one-time payment they'll get at some point over this summer, where normally where they wouldn't get a
Yeah,
check.
when we do all the retroactive pay, we'll.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you for that. Appreciate your support.
Any other questions, board? All right, let's move on to first reading, cybersecurity. Mr. Herbert and Mr. Supine.
Good evening. We're going to talk about cybersecurity tonight. If you ask any questions, we go somewhere and I have to defer your questions. I hope you understand. One of the things that's happened over the last year, starting last summer, is cybersecurity seems to have really been on the rise. For example, KSDE is decided to do a 6-month push for cybersecurity. They're doing a once a month, January through June, in service for all IT directors, about an hour and a half each session about cybersecurity. Jason and I both are part of the Sedgwick County IT Users Group, which is a K-12 group that gets together, and we meet quarterly, always on the agenda. And if you've been paying attention to the local news, you'll know that there was some information there. One thing that you have to ask yourself as the IT director, or just anybody who's vulnerable to this, is what can we do to do better? What can we do to better protect ourselves? And one of the things that we have discussed and we've come up with is we are mandated by our insurance company to have an EDR, which stands for endpoint detection. I was like, well, what is that? It's software that runs on a computer, and if it sees certain things, it reports it to one of our servers in log files. Now, we have to go through the log files and kind of try to determine what's going on and what's happening. It's very cumbersome. When we hit August and we're also busy trying to get teachers and staff back and getting all their phones hooked up and everything, we may not be able to look at that as often as we would like to. One of the solutions to this is upgrade our EDR to an MDR. And what that stands for is a managed endpoint detection, which means there's going to be a group of cybersecurity professionals that will be monitoring and looking at our log files, looking at trends, they have other customers, they'll see trends there and see whether those trends are transposing onto our site. And it's a much better protection as far as being aware about what's going on our network and be aware of cybersecurity issues. I'm going to stop there and say, can I answer any of your questions so far?
What's the time frame for like when you feel this needs to be in place?
Good question. why we're here is because our current EDR expires about mid-August. And so we would like to get this rolled out right as people come back and get the new software loaded and be online as people come back and have the MDR ready to go.
Do you know how long the transition from the one to the other could potentially take?
Mr. Supine I'll let him elaborate on this, but we can install it as I'm gonna let you.
Oh, it's fine. We're actually implementing this. I'm currently at Goddard still, and so we're actually doing this right now. You can push out the software in what they call a read-only mode. So you actually can have both softwares on there running. So that gives you, that way you're never lapsing coverage. And then at the day that basically you give them the PO, you can actually set all this up ahead of time if you want. And then you tell them to turn it on at that point. It then removes our current software, the Carbon Black, which is what we currently use now. So process, I mean, it rolls out pretty quick. The hard part now is the computers aren't here on our network. They do have to be on our network for us to push out the new software. So it would have to wait till the teachers and staff come back. We would be able to do secretaries and so on and so forth. But again, the computer has to be turned on. But it could happen in a couple of days. It usually, when you push out software to a whole big network like this, it usually can happen in a couple of days. So it's been a smooth process so far, what we've done.
So this comes out of your budget specifically. You have this covered within your
That's
IT
what
budget.
that's the money we're targeting right now.
Okay.
This is an IT decision, which we think that we need to make this next step. It's very possible, and I'm speaking for the insurance company, which probably shouldn't, but it's very possible that they make EDR mandatory now. Next year, they're going to make it MDR. So we may be going this direction regardless if we want to keep our cyber insurance intact. Yes.
What's the price difference between maintaining our EDR system and moving to the?
I have it in the documentation. The EDR is about 20K. MDR is about 100.
I saw the MDR price.
I didn't see that.
David, can you also
Right.
share with the board the situation you ran into, or maybe Jason has, with invoicing from the current company and how it's been bought out and the challenges that we're going to face there? Because I think it's important for the board to understand that.
Carbon Black has been bought out by another company. And so one of the things that we are considering is just do a renewal on the EDR. And we can't even get a quote. Don't even know whether we can purchase this again in mid-August to continue what we have. So at some point in time, it looks like to us at this point in time, we have a company that bought another company and is buying the customer base rather than carrying on with the product. So it looks like we're going to have to make a change anyway.
Has there been a RFQ process with other companies or anything like that, or is this the recommended one? How did you decide on?
We've looked at
CrowdStrike?
We've looked at multiple products, and this seemed to be the best fit for here. This product is on the state contract, so that's why we didn't procure bids or anything. Okay.
So would it be beneficial to you guys if everyone's on board for us to move this from a first read to an actual action item so that you guys have the summer to work on this? Or since you're saying that you get purchased to get it purchased and get things in place so that when the teachers do come back, you're ready to push it out immediately? Or, I mean, what are your thoughts on?
I think it'd be beneficial, but that's not what the request was tonight. That'd be up to you guys.
I don't know that there hasn't been anybody that hasn't been affected by some current cybersecurity problems happening in the Wichita metro area. We all kind of know what those companies are. Not something that we want to be part of. KSB breakouts, there's always one that's on cybersecurity. I go to it, I work in technology, so it's always important to hear. Kelly, I'm with you. This is it's very important that we're up and running and able to protect ourselves. So unless the board, because it's all paid for out of your budget, which you currently have covered. So unless the board has any concern is there a concern if we move this from a first action into, from a first reading, I'm gonna combine them, first reading into an action item? Does anybody have a current concern with that issue since it's covered in David's budget specifically? Okay, I kind of,
You're okay.
well, I was like, no, I
So do I-
supported you, but do you want to make the motion?
Yeah, if I
and
can
then-
make a,
okay.
okay, so,
Not a motion on this.
so I would like to, do I need to make a motion to change it to an action item?
Um,
Approve at the same time?
Do that, just make a motion.
Just
Yeah,
make a motion to go ahead and approve it?
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion to go ahead and approve the cybersecurity update from EDR to MDR. Is that correct way to say that?
Yeah, okay, I'll second that motion. Board, are there any additional questions before we vote on this?
This is David's going away present.
I'm sure he's thrilled.
It's Jason's welcoming.
It's
present.
Nice. All right, board, all in favor? 7-0. Thank you, board.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We will bring back, Debbie, if you would please add to an update, we'll bring back a report to the board in October, November of how that transition went and the updates that we need to.
Thank you both.
7.2, the update to the campus high school 24-25 student handbooks, Mr. Steele. Guess who's back? Back again. I think I take that every time we come about that.
Good evening, Shane Seeley, Campus High School. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know if you guys can hear me at home. So I'm here to talk a little bit about the handbook and specifically cell phones. And I'll give you a little history and how we ended up where we're at today. The number one issue over the year that I have garnered by talking to teachers, other staff members, what they think the biggest deterrent to learning is cell phones. So that it's evident when you walk in a classroom and you see 4 or 5 kids swiping through their reels as fast as they can and teachers up front teaching. And for whatever reason, that teacher hasn't asked them to put their phone away. You go in rooms where that happens every day consistently and you see a little bit more learning. So the first step that we took was we looked at our handbook and thought, what's the cell phone policy at Campus High School? And when I looked at it, it was kind of outdated. I could read it to you. I won't read it to you in whole, but essentially to sum it up, we left it up to teachers to how they wanted to use it in their classroom, but it didn't actually address just cell phones. It was an electronics policy. And in this policy, we have listed iPods. Okay, those are still around. MP3 players. We got radios. We got tape players, cell phones,
What tape players are.
laser lights, and electronic games. And I'm thinking of like those old push button ones that you used to have. So that was what I had. It did say the word cell phones in there, but it didn't really address it. So when the first handbook revision came out, we had many spirited debates as an administrative team about how we wanted to address cell phones because it could encompass an entire day's worth of work. We decided it was worth it. So we came up with a cell phone policy that we put in the first time, and then we sat down June 1 as a team and read over all the stuff we're going to be working on next year and go, what did we write? So what we wrote was, let's see, at Campus High School, we prioritize a focused learning environment and maximize student success. Therefore, the use of cell phones and earbuds during class is strictly prohibited. During class time, cell phones must be turned off or on silent mode and stored away out of sight. Earbuds are not permitted to be worn or used during class and must be stored away. Any student found using a cell phone or wearing earbuds during class time will face disciplinary consequences. Any student who refuses to comply with the cell phone earbud policy will face escalating disciplinary action. So we didn't really, once we had some time to think about it, like how that read. So we actually had a few minutes to work together in June, and we came up with an amended wording to this policy. And what it says now, at Campus High School, we prioritize a focused learning environment to maximize student success. Therefore, personal electronic devices, and in parentheses, we put cell phones and earbuds, etc., may not be used unless permission is granted by a teacher or administrator. Personal electronics are allowed before and after school, during lunch, with teacher permission, and during passing period. Any student who fails to comply with the rule will face disciplinary consequences. Any student who refuses to comply with the cell phone and earbud policy will face escalating disciplinary action. So we didn't want it to sound like we were banning cell phones from Campus High School, because I would be asking you for about 6 more staff members, and I'm not asking for anything other than wording on a piece of paper. So we wanted it to support teachers in that if I'm teaching and the kids come to me in the class before, they were able to use their cell phone whenever they wanted to, and the teacher didn't have an expectation, and I come to this classroom, then for that teacher who's trying to enforce the cell phone policy, it's an uphill battle that they're fighting every day. So with the PBIS model and school-wide expectations, we wanted this to be the school-wide expectation. We didn't want to say they couldn't use them in class, because I do believe that phones are a valuable tool, and there are times that they're necessary. And maybe it's an end of a semester and there's a couple minutes left and the teacher allows them permission. But if a teacher's up teaching or a student is in a group working, they shouldn't be distracted by their device. They should be focused on the learning that's taking place. So that's what we wanted. We as an administrative team wanted to have the tools as well, because if I walk into a room and I see 4 kids on a phone, that's more of a teacher issue than a kid issue. And we want to be able to address that. And so changing it to the prohibition here, where did it go? Therefore, personal electronic devices may not be used unless permission is granted by a teacher. And we don't want that during instructional time. So that's the hope. We know it's going to be a battle. I don't think it's going to be as hard as people think. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe most of our middle schoolers, so my freshmen next year already have that as an expectation coming up from the middle school. So it's not too far off. And I don't know this for a fact, but I've heard they even have to keep them in their lockers. So we're not asking that. We're just asking that while someone's up teaching, while you're working in a group, you're working and you're not playing on your phone.
I think it's a good moderation tactic. Right.
You might get some calls. We're not banning them from campus high school.
Moderation one way or the other. And, in middle school, they can't use them at all. They get caught with them. It happens. Here, though, at least you can use them during passing period. You can use them during lunch and then with teacher permission, which seems to be setting an expectation that during active learning, we're actively learning. And when we're not, then potentially there's use availability. Feels right. Board, do you have any questions?
Yeah, paragraph 3 basically says the same thing. Any student found using a cell phone will find escalating consequences, disciplinary action, or fails to comply on the new policy. But it doesn't specify what the discipline is. I mean, is it detention? Is it kicked out of school or
so that's
specify?
Yeah, that's where we want to have the leeway to be flexible. So the first time a kid's doing it, I expect that the teacher addresses that. They shouldn't send a kid to the office that's on their cell phone without at least having that conversation. So that's as simple as, hey, Jillian, put your cell phone away. And if Jillian complies, great. If Jillian doesn't, now we're moving past that cell phone piece and we're moving to non-compliance. If the next day we're doing the same thing, now I would expect that the teachers have that conversation, go ahead and do an office referral. Now you're coming to the principal and the principal's having that conversation and making that phone call home to mom and dad and letting them know, hey, Jillian's already been told once, sorry to pick on you. And now Jillian's here in my office. If it continues, we're going to assign Jillian points based on our point system and it will be escalating. So the third time Jillian comes in, we're going to have a different consequence. So we want to teach those expectations. And I know that that's going to be a lot of it at the very beginning. But as they continue, it's kind of like with hoodies this year. There was a lot of teachable moments, and there were a few kids that continued to, when they didn't think anybody was watching, put their hoods up, and it was, some of those kids ended up in the office. Most of them, it was, hey, Jillian, take your hood off, and Jillian did.
Doesn't it put the onus on the teacher, though, to try to remember that student number 1 disobeyed, failed to comply 2 weeks ago, and it's escalating? I mean, I'm not sure how you're going to moderate or modify that unless he's got a side record or has it on his computer.
Well,
that they messed up.
And on Power School, teachers do log entries, and those log entries can be log entries that they did something, but the principal doesn't necessarily have to do something. And then they can go from, I think we call that a minor. We go from a minor to a major, or an ODR, office discipline referral. And then that means that, so the teacher knows they did a minor on this date, and now it's I already dealt with you for the cell phone. Now I'm doing an office discipline referral.
You answered the question. There is a mechanism to
Yes.
chart it, track it. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Board, any other questions for Mr. Seeley?
There was another part in the campus high school, another section regarding stu code. Did you guys have any questions on that?
I maybe have a few edits. I'll send that back. Mr. Seeley might be my favorite. Everybody likes to pick on me and he picked on Jillian, so hey. All right, Miss Jillian, update to the Tri-City staff handbook.
Yes, so when we brought handbooks to you, our coordinator for Tri-City brought the student handbook and had forgotten about the staff handbook, so this is just the staff handbook. There were quite a few changes, just a lot of cleanup. So if you notice anything else, send it to me. You're my proofread on it, and we will get that changed, but we did change the whole handbook since there was quite a bit of cleanup. Did you guys have any questions for me on that? Okay, we'll bring all of those handbooks back to you next month and ask for approval.
If we do have questions, do you want it like 2 weeks before the next meeting then, or like your timeline?
Yeah, if you just send it to me as soon as you have the questions, I'll see what I can do. In case I don't have the answer, I'll get the answer for you.
Okay.
And then any edits that you guys see, let me know and I will bring that updated copy to you guys.
Okay.
8.0 discussions report items.
Okay. Next month, we'll have the reorganization meeting in July. Putnam Construction Facility Review Findings will be in July. BJ and Justin will bring you information about the enterprise suite that we have. And BJ will also present information to you on the crisis and safety report in July or August. We will approve the JGCA wellness policy. Best shooting will bring that to you in August or September. The update on the district security process in October. And that's it.
That's it, right? That's all. All right. Board, any questions for Debbie? All right, we will move into 9.0 executive sessions. For, do you need a quick break before we move into executive session? I figured you might. We are going to start with executive session number 2, which will be negotiations matters relating to employer-employee negotiations, whether or not in consultation with the representative or representative of the body or agency. That will include Jeff Hurst, Jillian Macias, Craig Ryan, for 15 minutes. That will be after a 5-minute break. So it is 8:07. We'll head into executive session at 8:12 for 20 minutes, or I'm sorry, 15 minutes. Did I say 20?
15.
15 minutes. Needs to be 15 minutes. That is.
Pardon.
Debbie, can I make that a motion? I need a second. Thank you. Motion by Jennifer, a second by Jeremy. Board, all in favor? Thank you. 7-0. Your 5-minute break. See you at 8:12.
How are you? Good. Good.
Enjoying summer so far?
Not too hot out there, is it?
How long do we want for the next one?
What is in the thing?
Peanut butter bread.
It's not the other time, so.
Okay. Still have 1 minute.
Zucchini bread's really good, warm with melted butter on it.
Oh.
So good. Pretty big, it's a lot of people.
Start
I can't have it.
It sounds.
I can't have it, but I am restraining.
Noted for the record.
Sounds amazing.
I know. I thought about it.
It's not me.
I
That was what
thought
the
about
message
it.
was.
Yeah.
Hey, did you announce this is David's last board meeting?
As long as I win.
Oh.
Do you want me to announce that?
You put it in the minutes of the meeting.
Huh? I'll put it in the minutes of the meeting. Okay. I'm waiting. All right, it's 8:27. The board is back from the first executive session. There was no action taken. So that one is complete. One thing, just in case, would like it to be noted as part of the minutes of the meeting, this is Mr. Herbert's last board meeting. And we want to thank you for all you have done for this district for so many years. Appreciate you more than you know, David.
Speech.
All right, the board is going to go back into executive session. This will be for non-elected personnel to protect the privacy and interests of an identifiable individual. Report of administrative evaluations. I think the board will start with, you guys want to start with 20 minutes, 30 minutes? No.
Let's do 30 just to keep from having to run back out, just in case.
Okay, we'll start with 30 and it will be just with the board.
Second.
All in favor? 7-0, thank you. I'll have to get it. All right, the board is back from executive session. We're gonna go back in for another 15 minutes with the same group of individuals.
Second.
Courtney seconded that motion. All in favor, 4-0. Take this bite. Thank you. Waiting for the thumbs. That's it. There you go. The board is back from executive session. We're going to go back in for another 20 minutes and invite Mr. Jeff Hirsch.
Second.
That's a motion by Jennifer, second by Jeremy. Board all in favor? 4 is 0. Thank you. Board is out of executive session. No binding action was taken and we are now adjourned. Thank you.